evening. How are we all doing? Thank you. I shall be counted. Good job, Delta. Good job. So, who are we? What are we doing? Where are we? Who am I? Yes, so why don't we take a look at what I've been up to as per usual. Let's just get rid of me and launch that. So I've been working on the refueling loop. There's a few like rabbit holes I keep having to go down with it. So there's a ship-wide order for refueling the ship. And of course there also needs to be a sensors NPC skill for finding a suitable target for refueling the ship. And of course we also need the power NPC skills for opening the valves and refueling the ship. So there's a few different directions which we're coming at refueling the ship. And also the captain NPC obviously needs to initiate all of those actions. So I'm making sure that the player can do it if the player is acting as the captain first, and then once sort of all those ducks are in a row, then we can hand off to the captain NPC, who should then just be firing the existing skills. But I will show you how far I've got with it. Just fix the colors, obviously, because we're running in a test area, so it's all weird. Okay. So you might notice that the NPC has already reported tank levels. So as we're using fuel, they'll continue to call out tank levels as we go. In fact, if we set the tank capacity to 10%, you'll see that the NPC let's type that in properly. The NPC will respond. So they'll call out all the different tank statuses as they go. So the new option we've added to the sensors guy is find a gas giant. And again, I need to sort the text out so it's not all overlapping. But their new ability is to find a gas giant. I won't click it now because we're already in a system that has one, and that gets them confused. So I shall do that bit manually. So if we just go and grab a gas giant, that one will do. So we'll navigate the ship over to that planet. And then when we get there, we should be able to do the complete refueling loop without needing to physically touch anything on this console. Almost, Delta, almost. As soon as I've got the sensors guy doing his job effectively, then I can put the build out and it can all be tested end to end. I suppose another useful thing we could have is having that guy over there announce when we're in range to be able to do refueling. Right now we're just kind of having to guess. So that would be handy if he could verbalize that. Should be about close enough now. Okay, so all we need to do is ask them to open the refill valves, and then he'll open each one of the three in turn. And you can see he'll now start calling out the tank volumes as the tanks start filling. One of the questions is, like, is he being a bit too verbose? I mean, are we calling things out slightly too frequently, or is that enough? So I've set the triggers to 100%, 75, 50, 25, 10, 5 and 0. Obviously there's 3 separate tanks, so he's calling out each of those tanks in turn as they are filling. And then he'll continue to call that out as the tanks continue to fill. And obviously once we're done with filling the tanks, we can just say, okay, close the refill valves, and he'll close all the valves off just like that. Now you can see that we've obviously added some volume to those tanks, and we can continue on our way. So that's the gist of the loop for refueling. Obviously the missing piece from this is if we want to go to our ship-wide orders, obviously we want to be able to say refuel the ship as a ship-wide order, and that will just set off the entire bridge crew doing those things. So the sensors guy will find a gas giant, the helm will navigate to the gas giant, the engineering power guy over there, he'll do all the valve stuff to fill the tanks, and when everything's full, that is essentially this ship-wide order complete, and that will disappear off of the order tracker. So that's kind of like the complete end-to-end, just do it and you don't have to get involved side of things. Asking this guy to find a gas giant and then asking them to navigate there, that's if you want to do it step by step and have more granular control over what they're doing. So you've got basically 2 options there. You can either just tell them to refuel the ship and be done with it, or you can ask them individually to do individual jobs. And obviously once we have an NPC captain, or rather once the NPC captain is capable, then we'll have them do all of those actions themselves. And then you won't need to get involved at all because the captain will be doing it all. So that's where we're at with it. I reckon maybe another couple of days before it's working completely end to end, and then I should be able to put the build out so everyone can play with it. Right, and then we have the shuttle. So after Friday's stream, I went ahead and did a couple of extra bits before calling it a night. I smoothed off the nose to make it a little bit more streamlined, so it's not quite so bum shaped now, and it's given it that kind of nice kind of bullet shape, so it's not quite as frumpy as it was. It's a bit more streamlined, it's got a bit more angular momentum to it. It's just got that kind of slightly faster, more meaningful feel to the shape, so I'm a lot happier with how this looks now shape wise. And then I also split it into its individual pieces, so we've got all the sort of sub-D geometry for the outer skin and the internal skin. This is everything combined once we actually start putting it together. Obviously this is how far we've got with the interior, this is going to be all the framework stuff, and this is all the physical hardware. So we'll start building those things out layer by layer, because one of the questions that Claire asked me yesterday is how close are we to finishing the shuttle? And I guess the answer to that is, we need to clear off each individual stage. So we've got the hardware stage, the framework stage, the interior stage, and the exterior stage. So once all 4 of these stages are complete, we should have a complete shuttle at that point. And the only thing left to do after that, obviously, is do all the actual physical UI work, and then cover it with hull plating and make it look pretty. Put decals on it and just do that final finishing touches. But for tonight, I think what we'll do is maybe have another look at some of the interior stuff. It might be nice if we could maybe start adding some ceiling panels, some lighting and that sort of thing. And just kind of get a feel for what the internal aesthetic is going to look like. I think we'll definitely go for carpeted, because this is kind of Magellan class / Caravella in terms of its styling. So we're going to have a little bit of wooden accenting, maybe around the console. Carpeted floors, kind of nice lighting on the ceiling. So reasonably high end, but also, you know, ultimately it is just a transport shuttle. So high end within reason. Yeah, so we can extend the length of the shuttle if we need to. It's kind of built into 3 sections. So you've got the like this section at the front. You've got the nose cone section, and I do like the idea of having some kind of barrier here, even if it's just a glass panel, just something to kind of section off the front bit. You've got the main seating area, which is this middle section, and then you've got the, I guess, like the trunk section at the back, which is basically the airlock, but also a quarantine area if needed. So there's some extra seating there if we need it. Now we could extend this back bit, maybe by another segment if we need to, and just stretch the length of the shuttle. I don't think we will need to, and I kind of like the dimensions of it as it is, but yeah, it wouldn't be a big deal to make it a bit longer if we need to. But yeah, I think I like how compact it is. It's I think it's small, it's functional, it does the job that we need it to do. So I think making it any bigger is kind of overlapping the role of the bigger shuttle when we make that one, because this isn't the only shuttle. There's going to be more that will have different mission profiles, not least of which the one that needs to fit a vehicle in the back. So that one's going to be, I'd say, maybe half as wide again, width-wise, and certainly longer to fit a small vehicle in the back. So we are. Yeah. Well, I suppose, as with all things, we can make it customizable. So if you want wooden floors rather than carpet or rubber floors, there's no reason why we can't make that a customization option. Yeah, I think we're good for access now, because we've so these are the frames, which are 1/2 meter spaced, so we can easily fit some of our hardware within the confines of a single frame, and that's also basically a panel. So with that panel removed, and obviously with a lightning hole, we can access the hardware therein fairly easily. The only difficulty would be these ones, which are a bit more awkward. But there's no reason why we can't adjust the frame here slightly if need be. Because I do feel that these chairs are a bit close together. I mean, they could potentially be separated a bit more. But if we do that, then of course we're diverging from like one chair per frame. Now we could, of course, just make the frames wider. That's not necessarily the end of the world. They don't need to be 1/2 meter apart. They could be any distance, really. So we could do that. But yeah, we'll continue to tweak as we go. If we need to make the frames wider, to incorporate a chair comfortably, then we'll just do that. Because we could probably do that and maybe stretch the shuttle just a tiny bit. I mean, for example, we could easily do that. So it's, stretching it's easy. So if we needed to make it even 10% bigger, which would make it this big. We haven't fundamentally really changed anything about the shape. It's already basically the same shuttle, but longer. So yeah, that's definitely doable if we need to. Obviously we want to do that and finalize it before we do the hull plating, because a lot of that will be geometric shapes. I love the idea of doing hex plating all on the underside, like heat tiles, and have them all little hexagons. It's going to be a modeling nightmare to do that, but I think it'll be the nicer result if we can pull that off. When it comes to science cargo, you would just be sticking it on the floor, basically. So normally speaking, you would use the airlock area as your cargo area. You can also fold the seats up, obviously, and place cargo in the back here as well. But this particular shuttle really is just a crew transport. It's not supposed to be for hauling cargo around. We'll have a bigger shuttle that has that as its role. This is just for getting a bunch of crew from point A to point B. That's literally all it's for. But there is space, and we want to. Well, everything in the game is physicalized. So if you pick up a rock or a plant or something you want to bring back to the ship, if you can physically get it into the shuttle, then you can transport it back to the ship. So it's not like it's got an inventory slot or anything like that. It's just a case, if you can get it in there, you can transport it. So it's very much kind of one-to-one in terms of the physical space. Okay. So I think it would be good to define where the console is going, kind of in a finalized sense. Because then we can have a look at the actual UI panels that this thing's going to need, and that will also give us an idea of just how much room we're going to have in the nose cone for thrusters and that sort of thing. And the life support, although I'm tempted to put the life support under the floor here so we can get to it. In terms of gameplay and creating drama, having the life support fail and having to fix it is kind of better than just having to fix a thruster. Obviously, if the main engines go, we've got access to those through the panels at the back here. But the only thrusters that will be in here really is just the RCS. And it's difficult to get to because you're going to have consoles and things there. So really the only way to access anything on the front is from the outside. Which makes getting to things and performing maintenance difficult. Yeah, the landing thrusters are going to be underneath here. Probably easier to see from this perspective. So we're going to have them diagonally down here somewhere. Obviously we've got a lot of cavity to work with in terms of where these thrusters are going. We're definitely going to have a thruster going diagonally pointing up through the wing cavity, because the RCS ports are all going to be connected to one engine. So you've got one thruster with a plasma manifold on the end of it, and that's going to split out into different ports. So we'll have a, I guess like a magnetic valve system. So when the thruster is firing, we can redirect that plasma output whichever way we need it to go in terms of our thrust requirements. And we'll do the same at the front as well. Where are we? We'll have probably one thruster assembly on each side, and again they'll be manifolded so that the various RCS output ports are all connected to the same actual thruster, and we'll just gate that plasma as it comes out to provide thrust. The braking engines will just be their own engine, so no different than the main engine at the back. We've just got the mirrored version of that out the front as our braking thruster. Yeah, and the landing thrusters are going to be not dissimilar to the main engines. Again, we are a little bit space limited, so in the nose cone we'll have one thruster each side for the RCS with all that stuff, and then either a single thruster, so it's basically a tripod, so we'll have one thruster each side pointing diagonally down for the landing thruster, and then one at the front pointing down. So essentially you've got a tripod. It's like a three-wheeler in terms of its thrust profile. That's probably the best way we can fit it all in. Yeah, and then in the cavities that we've got here, that's where we'll fit the other ones in. I mean, we can always have the RCS thruster, the actual main hardware, running parallel to this one, and then just have the manifold just curve up this way. I mean, ideally we want the least amount of curves possible, but we are just firing plasma down a magnetic channel, so I don't think it matters too much. But yeah, the main landing thrusters are going to be quite big, so we just need to fit those in. I guess because we're using these two side panels for the chillers and the pumps, I guess it would make sense for the landing thrusters to go more here, where we've got room for them. But yeah, we'll fit them in somewhere. Yeah, when we start looking at thrust vectoring, obviously things start to get a lot more complicated. Now, there's no reason why we can't have the landing thrusters be vectorable. So yes, they could have thrust vectoring, but of course we'd have to build that into the simulation as well. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. The atmospheric flight model isn't going to be as one-to-one as the space flight model. In space, it's going to be fully Newtonian. The RCS thrusters will have full control over the vessel, and it's all going to be very much physics driven. When it comes to atmospheric flight, we're not going to model an atmospheric flight model to the same degree that we are in space. So we're not going to be calculating like lift against the shape of the hull or anything like that, which means the landing thrusters themselves aren't going to be like one-to-one physics driven. It's going to be more like Elite Dangerous, whereby just having them on is what gives you like a slow descent towards the surface. because we're not building a flight sim, so we need to draw that line somewhere. Obviously, yes, we're simulating starships and we're simulating all the ship systems and all that stuff, but we're not creating a flight simulator. So that's why we don't have orbital mechanics. We're not going full Kerbal with this. So things like atmospheric flight, we want it to feel meaningful, and we want there to be a different feel between individual shuttles and things. Like something sleek and streamlined like this needs to feel better to fly than something that would be much boxier and much less aerodynamic. But that'll be driven by, I guess, artistic license as opposed to actual physics. Because again, we want them to be flyable by the average person and not only by flight sim enthusiasts. Like, you won't need a pilot's license to fly one of these things. Yeah, if you paint a red stripe down the side, it will go faster. Hey Henry. Yes, something like that. But there is some like forethought and planning into this. We're not just throwing things at the page and seeing what sticks. But it's funny, I was speaking to Claire about this earlier, about how much research are we doing before we start building, and do we need to sit back and do more paperwork before we start building? And I think there's definitely a balance to be had there, because once you start actually physically building a thing, things become apparent that you hadn't thought of during the planning stages. So I prefer to just start building things, and then I kind of get a feel for it, and then I think, right, okay, and we need this and we need that, and yeah, it is a balancing act, because knowing what we need hardware wise, and I guess that's one of the points. I know in my head what hardware that the shuttle's going to need, but I haven't necessarily figured out in my head exactly where it's going to go. So that's part of the discovery phase when we're doing this. So there will be a bunch of rejigging as we suddenly think, okay, well, we need to make space for this, or that won't fit there. And so in a non-traditional way, I suppose, we are kind of letting form drive function a little bit rather than function driving form. But yeah, hopefully we're balancing it at least somewhat. But anyway, let's see if we can get some stuff done. So one of the first things I thought would be nice to do would be to take these floor panels along the edge and just curve them up slightly. So rather than having this kind of harsh edge here, we have a nice curve down the length of the craft, which means these panels are meeting the curve of the floor piece. And then we can add some, like an LED strip or something along there, just to add a bit of styling, which I think would be quite nice. And then we need to do the curved panel, I guess, for that bit. And then a reasonably flat section of panels for the ceiling, which will contain, I guess, a single set of strip lights that go all the way down the middle. And I guess that our floor strip could also be like an alert light. I mean, you could argue that you don't really need alert lighting on a shuttle, but it might be nice to have just for the sake of having it. And yes, we're doing most likely the small shuttle will be battery powered, so you'll need to charge them up on the main vessel. we won't make it limited, so you'll be easily able to fly down to the surface and fly around a bit and get back to the ship without really worrying about power too much. But yeah, we'll make them battery driven, as opposed to having their own reactor. The bigger shuttle can have its own reactor. So this one, again, is just like this is just literally a car from getting from A to B. That's it. That's all it's for. It's a flying Tesla. Yeah, the same kind of batteries that the main ship uses. Kind of room temperature, solid state, carbon nanotube batteries. Yeah, the issue with a fusion reactor though is where do you put it? Because when you've got something that's this small with so little space available, there isn't anywhere to fit a fusion reactor. But again, the bigger shuttle will have more room for that sort of thing. Because what we can do is fill every little cavity we've got with batteries. Yeah, I think the nose cone is probably going to be very full of engines at this rate. Let's hide that for a minute. Just got a few bits here which are old bits that we don't want anymore. Like, what's that bit? Don't need that. When it comes to this door, by the way, I managed to get it lined up. So, I mean, we're only just fitting, but it does fit, and we've got the whole door cavity completely sealed off now. So I was worried that it was going to be too wide to fit the hull, but it does fit, so we're good. And we didn't need to make the door any smaller either, so that's nice. So, in terms of the width of our ceiling panels, I guess they're going to be the same width as the floor panels, which is going to be that, so 90 centimeters in total. And obviously we'll make that double. So technically that would be one ceiling panel, although I'm tempted to make them square. So then that would be one ceiling panel. And then we'd also have a single panel in the back there. And we need to align those to our interior frame lines. Yeah, we need to have a look at fuel cells. I don't know the logistics of a fuel cell, so I shall do a bit of research and figure out what they are and how they're supposed to work. But yeah, solar backup, definitely. And we can have the hull plating on top be photovoltaic. Photovoltaic, is that the word? Something like that. So that obviously the body of the shuttle can absorb sunlight and create electrical energy. It doesn't need to be like an actual solar panel. Okay, so what we'll need to do with this is build the brackets off of these little beams. Get their faces facing the right way. Yeah, so we'll bracket off of these. Obviously this is like the inner cavity. We should hopefully see that on there. I should have moved these like the exact right distance apart so that we can line them up more easily. What's the best way of doing that? Move that to that layer. Let's move all these across the same amount so that I can move things back and forth easily. So if we do 1,000 units for that one, then the interior would be 2,000 units. And that framework would be 3,000 units. And then the hardware would be 4,000 units. That's better. So I can move bits between each one easily enough then. Sure, that should have gone further. Oh no, that was 1,000. Okay. Okay, so while I'm lining things up, I can just do that and then delete the bits I don't want. So the question is, how chunky do we want the ceiling tiles to be? Obviously we want to shape these and make them nice looking. So I was thinking maybe round off this edge. Then we'll need to embed a light fitting into that as well. Rossi, do you mean like cargo rails? Like in a cargo plane? Let's see if I can find a picture. So something like this, where you've got rails for attaching cargo and that sort of thing too, but you could also attach chairs to it as well. So you could remove the chairs and use it for cargo. Is that what you mean? I think we'll definitely have attachment points on the floor for cargo, but the seating is quite good just being able to be folded up, because once you've folded it up against the wall, it's completely out of the way then. Oh right, yeah, so this entire thing would be a panel that you can remove. So you'd have bolt holes in the four corners, so you could just fold up the chair, unscrew the panel. That panel then comes off, like all of it wholesale, allowing you to access the stuff behind. That was the plan. I'm not sure. I didn't see a link. It might have got deleted. But yeah, whether the seat itself comes off or not, the whole panel does need to come off so that we can access the framework behind it. Sure. Yeah, see if I can find the thing that I had in mind. I did see one embedded into a floor, which I thought was quite nice because it's kind of countersunk, which means that it's not like sticking out, it's not in the way, it's just a nicely countersunk attachment point. I guess that's a good example. So something like this. So basically it's countersunk into the floor and you can strap things to it. So if you were like carrying cargo in the back of the shuttle, then you've got hoops and things already in the floor that you can attach to, and they're completely out of the way and not kind of, you know, sticking into your feet as you're walking along. We will definitely have alien ships with interiors for the hero races, and we'll have procedural interiors for things like alien derelicts and alien stations. The way I've described it in the past is we're taking inspiration from the Diablo series, where you've got procedural dungeons which are different every single time, but they're built using like tile sets. So you arrange those tile sets in a unique way to create a unique environment, and obviously you're switching up color schemes and theming and spawns, and you can make like an infinite number of different dungeons using the same tile set and stuff. So we'll do something like that for alien derelicts. So the interior of the alien derelict won't necessarily correlate with the exterior. We'll try and keep the general scaling the same. So if you see like a giant alien space station that could be like kilometers long, then you can land on that thing and start exploring its interior, and it will simply be generating the interior as you go. And we'll try and cap the size of that interior to the size of the external ship. Obviously, like the windows won't be in the same place, and like there'll be no real relationship between the outside and the inside, other than it will be approximately the same size. So a small alien station will have a relatively small interior, whereas like a giant thing could go on forever. And I kind of like the idea, I guess you could call it a bit like the Backrooms, where we could have like really, really big alien structures. And because we're generating the interior procedurally and it's tile based, you could literally be exploring in a straight line for hours. And because it's all generated procedurally on the fly, it's just generating more rooms as you go, and it's just you could just keep going and going and going, and it's just generating more interiors as you go along. I can't remember where I was going with that now, but yeah. So yes, there will be interiors to stuff. When it comes to the hero races, so the handcrafted alien races, we will build those ships the same way as we do the human vessels. So they'll be built properly with design intent, with interiors and exteriors which marry together perfectly, and you'll be able to fly those vessels as well. So there'll be actual usable ships in the game the same way that human vessels are. The procedural alien races, the sort of alien of the week as we call them, those ones won't have explorable interiors. They're just going to be kit-bashed alien ships that you'll have encounters with. You won't be able to board them and explore them in the same way that you can the handcrafted ones. It's just kind of, we need to draw that line somewhere, and that's kind of where it is. But yes, when it comes to derelict alien structures, because we're generating the interiors procedurally, it doesn't matter at that point. Once you're on board that object, you're just being served procedural interiors. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is the link. Yeah, so it's basically a frame, but goes in front of, I guess, the wall panels. And you can just remove them directly. Yeah. I guess, yes, if we didn't need to remove the entire panel, then yes, something like this would be fine. But we do have to remove the whole panel anyway. Again, in order to access all the hardware behind, the whole thing needs to come off. So I guess essentially it is the same thing, it's just it's got a back to it, just to hide the framework of the shuttle. Coincidence. Yes, the game will eventually have currency. The third expansion is where you'll be owning and running your own space shipping company. So you'll start off with like the space equivalent of a Robin Reliant three-wheeler, kind of a proper Del Boy mobile, and you'll be working your way up through bigger and better vessels, and being able to go from just trading within a single star system to trading multi system trade routes. Obviously we have 2 expansions we want to get done and dusted before then, but that's idea for our 3rd expansion, and at that point there will be currency and it will be meaningful. That aside, we will also have currencies for individual alien races. So you'll have like a store of currency on the ship for each race. So if a particular race has a particular currency and you're doing things for that alien race, you could be earning their currency, which is only valuable to them. So you could trade with them and buy things off of them, but then that currency is worthless to the next alien race you come across, because obviously they have no knowledge of that currency or what it is. So you would slowly over time build up a lot of currency in a lot of different alien races, different designations. So like, we want encountering alien races to be meaningful, and we want them to be able to offer you stuff. They could be star charts, they could be alien relics, there could be any number of things, even if it's like food supplies or something. We want interacting with those alien races to have a purpose of some kind. And if that purpose is simply commerce, then at least you're interacting with them in a meaningful way. So we can't expect the currency of one race to be valued by another. So we just simply have to have multiple currencies being tracked at all times. So I guess the ship will have like a vault, and then that vault will contain all these different currencies, which could be interesting. I'm sure there'll be plenty of races out there that don't use a hard currency. I guess that's the beauty of this, is that because we are procedurally generating alien cultures, they can be anything. The tools of one culture doesn't necessarily need to work for another. So if this were to be a removable panel, then I guess we would put like rings along the sides for cargo attachment, and then maybe some catches for removing the panel on the corners there. So if we do something like that, something more like that. Yeah, then that would be the panel, though I think I like the idea of giving it a rounded edge. Well, I'm going to do those now, so let's have a look. If we line those up with the middle of each of those panels, just to keep them kind of balanced. I suppose those particular ones are slightly offset because of this end. So 24.5 to there. Yeah, slightly different. Equally spaced, and then what we can do is if we draw that, yeah, I think that's about right actually. So that's a 2-inch wide like countersunk thing. If we just pull that up there a minute. So if we build this into a profile, I guess we're going to want it to be about 2 centimeters deep, maybe, or thereabouts. We'll have a 0.5 centimeter lip on each side, and then we want facing the right way. Yeah, something like that. Thinking something like that, basically. So all you need to do is then just clip on to that, and you can use that to strap things down. Yeah, then we just need to get all that merged in. There's too much geometry there, because I'm going to subdivide it for getting it all nicely blended in. So if we just sort that out a sec. I want to keep the base geometry relatively simple. Make sure we capture that bit as well. It looks weird, but it will make sense in the end. sure what's going on with those edges. They are quads, so why is it complaining? Hang on, let's get this out the way. Okay, now we just need to draw the middle bit. Not big enough. It's more like it. There we go. Yeah, just simple but effective. Just clip onto it and you've got a cargo attachment point. I don't know what on earth was going on with that bit under there, but in actual fact we don't need that face under there anyway, so that can go. Done. Yeah, it's nice when it comes together, isn't it? Make this slightly proud of there. Let's call it like a millimeter, I suppose. Okay, so those are our cargo straps, and we'll do the same all the way through the length of the shuttle, so we can strap stuff down. Yeah, it should do. Yeah, that's the lowest point it could possibly get, so it is good. And then we need to just cut out the hole, basically. But that doesn't necessarily need to be the full width, so we can bring that in slightly. To about there. Like that. There we go. Obviously in SketchUp it's looking a bit flickery, but it should be okay once we're in Unreal. The other thing we just need to be careful of is to make sure that our carpet, because the carpet's 3D, so make sure that's not protruding through. So we might need to raise that up ever so slightly. But that aside, I think that will certainly do. Yeah, and then when it comes to the interior, similar thing. Let's raise that up a minute. So we'll have a panel that we can take off, and I'll give it that edge because that messes up. So we will have stuff under the floor that we can access for one reason or another. I imagine in this instance it's probably going to be the pipe work. So where we've got our tanks, obviously our floor panel is going to be there. We can have some valves and some pipes and things under the floor. Maybe even the pump, to be honest. We could put the pump under the floor there and access that through this panel, which could be quite nice. I guess this is what I meant earlier when we when things are in a bit of a flux. So as we experiment and do stuff, things tend to move around a little bit. I'm gonna have to recreate this face, which should still have, yeah, we've still got our geometry, so we can rebuild that face again on top. Or actually, which would be more sensible, if we do that and get rid of that and then make that a group and then bring that back down there and turn that off. We can do the same thing without messing up the mesh underneath. Okay, and then we'll do a little bit of a lip around there. Bring that down a bit there. Remember how high up that was. 1.5. So that can't be any deeper than that. So that would be the panel that we can remove, and then that would be our carpet material. Let's give it that colour for now. Actually, if we do this first, so that would be shiny metal, and that would be the carpet. So we're going to need the same lip on the other side as well. Although I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll use, because I don't want to, I want to keep these in the middle. And if I move the metal bit over, that's no longer in the middle. So if we pop that down there and raise it up a tad. Then we'll take that. Come all the way down there. So that's the opening in the panel, which means we need the same lip on that side. And we got that panel that come out. So when the panel's removed, you end up, no, that's the whole thing. Yeah, when you slide that out, you've still got like the internal bit there. Round them off, make them look nice. Okay, so that means the rest of this panel is going to be that colour as well. Well, the beauty of Unreal is that it actually performs better the higher the polygon count, because the way that nanite culling works is it works per segment of geometry. So the more geometry there is, the more it can subdivide a mesh into colorable regions. So if you were to move, for example, if you were to move that over there like that, then all the mesh that's underneath here, all that geometry's been culled. It doesn't cull per mesh, it culls per region with its clusters on nanite. So as I move that across there, it's going to be culling clusters underneath that moving object. So the more clusters there are, the more there is to cull. So we benefit from being higher poly and physically modeling everything, which is kind of counterintuitive, but that's how it works. complaining about something there. Hang on, let's move that bit of geometry out of the way. And then we'll see what it is it's complaining about. Oh, I see. It's going to be these bits. Fighting the SketchUp gods. It tries to screw you over every time. Right, let's get rid of that little bit of nonsense before we round the edges. Right, let's try that again. Still a bit of nonsense, but I think we're better that time. Like, why? Why do you do this? And then the last thing to do is just give it its nice rubber backing plate. And we have a panel. So essentially that's one floor panel with its access hatch. I suppose on that note, we're going to have to add either bolt holes or just catches that you can undo to remove the panel, and we need to punch a hole through there with a base. So if we grab this, so the easiest way to do that is if we grab those two edges and we pull them down to the bottom like that. Copy those, paste them on there. Don't need that one. That one can go like that. And we just need to give this one a base. Okay, and then move that one down. Right, that's more like it. I'll move that down and give it that texture so that it's all kind of on a solid thing. So we've got the carpet on the top, and the underside is just the metal. There we go. Now we've got our hatch. Ah, thank you, Henry. So if we see what that actually looks like in engine, and then we get an idea for what we're looking at. Actually, let's go ahead and do the subdivide on this, just so we've got the nice smooth geometry. Forgot that these weren't groups, so I'm going to do them separately. That crease running down the middle there, that will go away once we merge the two sides together. It's just there because we've got it split into two halves, so it can't work out what the smoothing algorithm should be because they're not joined up yet. But yeah, that will go away. Okay. Just overwrite that. It's getting fairly high poly now, so we're up to yeah, 250,000 faces. But again, Unreal doesn't care about that. Here's the older one, so let's just update that. So it's going to want a bunch of materials. Don't know what some of these materials are, so I'm going to have to make them glowy until we work it out. Don't know what's going on there. Oh, is that our nanite minimum detail? Oh no, it's this one. This is what we wanted. Go back to that. I'm assuming that there's a bit of geometry on the engine which it really doesn't like, which is why it's messed it up so thoroughly. But yeah, we'll work out what that is and re-export that. So do we have that glowy texture anywhere? Ah, it was that tank. Okay. You can just be a shiny tank then. Right, which one were you? Ah, that was the windows. You can just be that for now. Just need to go and work out which material all these should be. Oh, now it's fixed it. There we go. Don't know what was going on there. There's our carpet. I'm going to have to move that down a bit because as you can see, it's overflowing the edge, which we don't want. So we'll bring that down a tad. I think we've got a reversed face there. Yeah, and these must be reversed faces because we're seeing the backside of them. Let's fix that a minute. Oh, of course. So, yes, these are overlaid on top of each other because we've got mirrored geometry there. So all these and that, they're going to be double stacked. But let me just double check this a minute. Make sure that we actually have the normals the right way around, which I think we do. Yeah, so for the purposes of testing, we will just pop that there like that. Now there's only one of them rather than two overlaid. Yeah, definitely going to put a divider in there. Yes, this shuttle will be on both the Magellan and the Caravella. Yeah, we'll have to do like a racing shuttle, won't we? Which is a lot more streamlined and probably like a two-seater. I think that's just a shadow, that's fine. Still not getting carpet on that edge, oddly. I'll retexture that in a second, we'll have a look. Right, let's just drag out a copy of that a minute. Yeah, I need to do the windows as a separate object because you can't have transparency with nanites, so they'll be their own object, but that's basically the shape and the reflectiveness that we'll have from them, so that should look quite cool. But yeah, that flooring, it's definitely not happy about something. Let's get rid of some of these edges. I'm wondering whether it's like a double face issue. Like what's going on there? There's only one face there. Right, let's reset the color. Okay. So I think what was happening is this is a reversed face. So we must have had two faces on top of one another. And we were seeing the non-reversed one. So that's the one that we should be looking at. We should have that material on it. Right, so that should fix that. But what we do need to do is lower this down a little bit, maybe about 0.2, because that carpet, the 3D carpet, was kind of overflowing the edge, and we'll have to do the same on this one as well, which is not quite as easy. Going to have an overlap under there, but yeah, that shouldn't matter actually. Should be fine. So it looks lumpy right now, but once the carpet's puffed up, it should look all right. That's better. Yeah, so it's not overflowing it quite so dramatically now. Although I will raise that up slightly so that that bit's not quite so messed up. And I think we need to increase our nanite precision. Basically, we just want to clean up this geometry around there because we've got such tiny geometry. It's you kind of lose some of that positional accuracy, which means it looks worse than it should. Don't know how far I can push that, though I've never tried going to this level of accuracy before. I mean, that should be more than enough for that. So I think we might just be hitting the limits of what nanite's capable of. But obviously that's like a few millimeters across, which you're never going to see up close. Let's try moving that shuttle up to where there's some slightly better lighting. Just so we can see it a bit better. Obviously it's hard to appreciate like the colours and everything when it's so monochrome. Yeah, if it sits, it fits. Yeah, I'm quite happy with the thrusters. I think they've come out fairly decent. Okay, so if we take basically the same design we've done for this panel here, and we'll do, I guess, 2 more of those through here, because this one's three frames wide, so we can definitely fit 2 more of those in a line. And then we'll have that barrier there. So we'll just have maybe like half the width of a chair, just something that sticks out a little bit, just to kind of visually separate the cockpit area without blocking visibility. So we'll make it like a glass panel, like a bar or something going up and down. Okay, and then, yeah, if we have... I guess we don't need 3 separate panels there. We can just have 1 floor panel, again, that kind of curves up into a lip along the edge, and we'll give that its LED strip. So I guess, yeah, if we do that one next... over there so it fits a bit better. I guess it gives you an idea of scale, doesn't it? It's yeah, it's not a big shuttle by any means. If we actually grab one of them. Just pop that inside there a minute and see what our lighting looks like. Yeah, it's not a bad little interior space, that. Right, let's add more. If you mean we don't own any cats, as in we've got 4, then yes. That's true, actually, yes. We are owned by 4 cats. Although, not Claire. She's very much not a cat minion. There feels about right. Yeah, our cats have been a bit of a pain lately. They're despite having collars on with bells, they seem to just be catching absolutely every bit of wildlife in the local area, and yeah, we're constantly having to wrestle small furry creatures from their mouths. I literally have a fish tank on the desk next to me with like water and food bowls and housing in it. It's like our little recovery tank. So every rodent that we get gifted, I have to put it in there and nurse it back to health again. Actually, if memory serves, I think that might not have been lined up. Or did I fix that? No, I did fix that. Ignore me. It's all good. Yeah, it's astonishing just how much stuff they managed to catch. Like just in the past week alone, we've had, I'd say, half a dozen mice, probably 3 or 4 field voles, a baby blackbird, I think it was, that Claire was nursing last night, and goodness knows what else, slow worms, we get a steady supply of snowworms. We've actually we've named one of them Scarface, because like this same slow worm keeps getting caught and we keep releasing it in like this wood pile, and the cats keep bringing the same one home again, and it doesn't seem bothered. It just kind of accepts its fate, and then we, you know, obviously grab it from the cat's mouth, put it back outside, and then a few days later it'll be back inside again. Oh, I can't, it's stuck to my monitor. There's nothing in it right now, it's empty. I can show you it though. There you go. Hospital tank. Or recovery tank, whatever you want to call it. Oh yeah, it's not small. Yeah, I certainly do wish they'd stop bringing things home, though. It's as much as I love them, it is a pain, and as wildlife lovers, it's horrible to see these things caught and, you know, tortured by cats. But we do what we can to try and save the wildlife population. Well, our cats are never happy with being deprived of their catch. There's a lot of growling and hissing normally when we grab things off of them. They're not these kind of cats that like bring gifts home. They're not bringing them home as gifts. They're bringing them home for them, and they belong to them. And if you try and take it off of them, then you've got a fight on your hands. Definitely not a gift. So I'm thinking some kind of LED strip arrangement here. It would be nice if it was like embedded into this, shining that way. But let's see what that looks like. I'll grab an LED strip actor and I'll see how that feels. Just realised we're missing the inner frame there from somewhere. Why don't we have the inner frame? Definitely there. Oh, that's weird. I imagine there's probably something about that bit of geometry that the FBX export didn't like. Usually speaking, if it doesn't like something, it will just like not include it as part of the FBX. That's fine. We will figure it out and fix it. Right, so here's an LED strip, what I prepared earlier, so we can stick that on and see what it looks like. So I suppose the options are either we have it as a strip that's literally on the side there. Which is not terrible. Let's make it a bit smaller. And the alternative is that we embed it underneath like that. I mean, that could look quite nice. I think we can turn it down a bit though. Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go with it. I mean, that is that's basically 75. think it actually looks better when you can't see it. Yeah, something like that. Of course, they need not necessarily be blue either. Although I think these ones might be locked to the alert color. Yeah, I'm going to have to update the LED strip so that it can take any color, because right now obviously it's stuck to using the actual alert color, so I can't change the color of it. But that's easily fixed. Going to have to be updated, but yes, we can embed some LED strips in the floors like that, which I think would look quite nice if done tastefully. I think I'd actually probably do them kind of an off-white color generally, and have them change color if needed or via customization, just to try and keep it tasteful. Let's try putting this down the center now and see what it looks like when there's a whole bunch of them there. Oh yeah, and I'll raise up these a little bit as well. But if we do that first. Tiny bit. Of course, yeah, so this panel is shorter than the others, and I think, yeah, that one will need to be as well. So yeah, so we can probably keep these the same, but we're going to have to align them to the middle. Of that. That one should now line up. Or not. Okay, so we need to measure the exact middle between that frame and that frame. And that needs to be what we need to align everything to. So there. So that's lined up, or at least it should be lined up to that. That's weird. Why? Oh, I see. It's because there's a gap there. For reasons I don't know. That should go up against there. It should be equal to that. I'll get it right in a sec. I will probably end up adjusting this again when we put the door frame in properly, because we'll also have paneling on the inside of the door frame. So obviously we need paneling on here, and yeah, so that needs moving across a bit. But yeah, so we'll have paneling on there, so these will probably need moving again when the paneling goes in. Right, so that's that, and then also we need, I suppose if we just get rid of those for now. We'll need to do a similar thing with this, where I'll have to scale it to fit. It's guaranteed, yeah, it's going to be too long. So I don't want to scale it because that will mess up the the roundness of things. They'll become oval if I use the scaling tool. I might have to only have 2 mounting points per panel on this section, which is fine because this is supposed to be the cargo area anyway, so it doesn't matter quite so much down the middle here. So if we get rid of those ones, get stuck in the wall. So I'll do this bit first, because then we can get our alignment. Line it up with, oh, actually, no, before we do that, just remember an important point, which is that this is a component. So if we edit one, then we're also editing the other. So let's make sure we make that unique first. And also any other bits as well. Need to make sure that either they're not a component or they are unique. Actually, that can explode because they're all subgroups. Yeah, so that was a component. That isn't. They don't need to move. Okay. Oh, you know what? I may as well line the. Might as well get rid of that one, and then line these ones up with that one. Just find our hole. Almost there. Just one more bit to go. There we are. Let's sort out this hole. See how that looks. If they weren't all separate objects, I could do that, but the geometry would overlap itself and cause problems. So it's easier just to do it like that, layer by layer. There we go, and those shouldn't be, yeah, they're proud of the carpet texture now, so they're no longer like protruding through. So obviously they still need bolt holes and such, and we can add those afterwards without any issue. Okay, so the door track will run there when it actually exports properly. I've failed to align something properly there, so I need to fix that. Let's get those LED strips copied across, and then we'll see what they look like. Yeah, it'd be quite nice having that glow coming from underneath there. So from a seated position, sit in the middle. It's the kind of view you're going to get on the inside. Maybe forward a bit. I think we'll maybe lessen the gap between the panels. I think they're a bit far apart. Well, it's only 1 centimetre, but I think if they were more flush, that would be better. Like these ones here, or rather, I suppose more specifically, the gap between these ones is basically 0. So they've still got that rounded edge, but there's no physical gap between them, and I think that just generally looks a bit nicer. So I think we'll do the same here. We'll just expand the carpet out to the edges, just so that it's more flush. Yeah, it's funny how once you start like human scaling things, you start to see like the true scale of objects. Like these, I didn't actually measure these specifically, but if we take an apple for scale, yeah, they're probably like a little bit on the small side maybe, so we can perhaps just make them a bit bigger. Once you start like looking at it in terms of the scale to real world objects, yeah, you start to realize, hang on a minute, that's probably not the scale we needed. That's fine. Easy enough to make that bigger without having to redo it. But yeah, shuttle with an apple for scale. I suppose we can stick one on the seat as well, just to see. To be fair, I think there are slightly large apples. If I recall, I measured these wine bottles like to the millimeter, so they should be fairly accurate scale-wise. All the important cargo. Yeah, we'll have overhead storage here, I think. Thank you. You're right, actually. Bananas are indeed the fruit for scale purposes. So let's grab us a bunch of bananas. I don't have a singular banana. And thank you, very much appreciated. There we go, bananas for scale. Tori Bruno would be proud. Okay. Yeah, so I think generally speaking, I think I like this as an arrangement. We've got clearly removable panels, so we'll be able to pull those up to access stuff in the floors. So that gives us a decent amount of stowage for hardware under the floors that we can access. Like not least of which, like the artificial gravity generator is probably going to go in the middle one. So we'll have something in there. So we can pull that off and get to it. The side panels can literally just be floor panels. They don't need to do anything special. Although they'll have obviously a health value because of the lighting and everything. And electrical connectivity to boot. The wall panels, again, these ones are going to have to be removable. And we're going to have to run the HVAC through the walls or through the ceiling most likely, because we're going to have to put some vents in the ceiling panels for sure. To be honest, I think, yeah, once the shuttle is finished and we're happy with everything, then I can certainly release the SketchUp file. If we can turn that into a 3D printable mesh, that would be cool. Especially if it was 3D printable, like in its framework sections. So like literally assemble it and then assemble all the engine components and build it layer by layer with all the engine hardware and stuff, like as part of like a puzzle almost. That would be really cool. I'd certainly stick that on my desk. Right, let's see if we can do some paneling. Yeah, it's like for something the size of the Magellan, that would be like a tall order, but something like shuttle sized, yeah, printing out all the pieces and sticking them together as a model kit would actually be really cool. here. Okay. That would be cool, yeah. So I definitely think in the back, equipment lockers are the way to go. Let's just check our headroom, because we've got our scale marker here. So for anyone that didn't see the first stream, this purple capsule is the exact proportions of the player collision. So this allows us to see where the player and indeed NPCs can fit in terms of what they're going to actually collide with. So obviously we're not going to get much closer than the chair anyway. So in terms of our headroom, we're going to have that much space maybe there. Oh yeah, this door frame's going to need lifting a bit as well, just to fit that in. Obviously we can't put storage in the seating area because you've got windows. I think I'd like to keep the windows as well, and we'll just keep the back for storage. Maybe some like helmets and some EVA suits kind of crammed into some storage lockers there. There really isn't a lot of space for it, but we might be able to fit it in. Let's see if we can grab a 3D character, and then we'll have a better idea. Because other people have made them. A seated one would be useful. Perhaps character was too loose of a search term. Human. I saw a really good one before. Oh yeah, it was one of these. Not those. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Oh no, that one. It really helps to put an actual person in there, and it gives you an idea for scale. Obviously, the scale is ever so slightly off. Just grab bottom bit there. Right, if we go up to top of his head, about there, do. So all we need to do is take that length, type in 6 foot, and we can scale the whole thing to 6 foot, just like that. Don't know why he's so shiny, but still. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 1 obviously we want to get the bottom as our height marker. Yeah, so this door frame absolutely needs to be taller because that is not tall enough. Back door is fine. But yeah, that inner door needs to be bigger, and I think we're okay when it comes to head height for the chairs. Again, we're going to be pushing it a bit, but basically all we will be doing at the front is sitting down anyway, so yeah, I guess you're going to probably, unless you crouch, you're probably not going to get much further forward than that standing. But that's fine. As long as you can stand in the main section, that's the main thing. We just need to make sure that when we do the ceiling panels, we leave ample headroom. Not that you're going to be jumping around in the thing, but yeah, just room to move. Yeah, we can still make it bigger. There is still scope for that. I just want to sit this guy down on one of these chairs. Just to get an idea for height. Don't know, where's bum height? About there, I guess. So when it comes to like storage lockers and such, when we're seated, we can't have them be any lower than that, ideally. I suppose the other thing to check out is how close people are to one another, because that's the other thing. We want to make sure that people can sit next to each other comfortably and not be all squished, which is why we needed to move these chairs over a tad, like maybe about 15 each way. Feels a little bit more comfortable. Yes, we're definitely going to have a unique frame section here to accommodate the three chairs being spaced apart more equally. Maybe have some arms that can fold down as well. And you've got the cheap seats in the back. Do we have a seated person? Because that would be handy. Kind of a seated person in decent quality. That one. Just need it to be as straightforward as possible. What happened to his face? Oh wait, is that 2D? That's no good. I think all those are 2D. Well, not to matter for now. I don't know what's gone on there. I think when I downloaded that model, it added profiles, maybe? I don't know. It's obviously messed up the smoothing. Whatevs, doesn't matter. Let's get rid of some of those because they're quite heavy. Okay. Yeah, so on that note then, ideally we need to divide this line by 3. If we were equally spacing the chairs, that's basically where they'd be. So that would be completely even. I guess we don't want to be all the way over there, so maybe if we go 15 each way. That's weird. Why is that one further? "81 centimeters. 81 centimeters and 81 centimeters. So why is it not in the middle? Oh, does it mean that one's not in the middle? That one's not in the middle. Right. Oh, I see what it is. It's basically this frame. So what I did on the Magellan for joining framework sections together is where we had something like this, I would actually straddle where the frame would go and make that a double frame. So when it came to something like the join that we would do here, that would also be a double frame, because then you get a nicely equidistant area between them. So if we were to then divide that line by 3, then that one should once again be in the middle. Mark our divisions. That's better. That puts that back in the middle where it should be. That one would go there. That one would go there. Yeah, so I will do that. I'll make this double frame aligned to the center point of that. So rather than a single frame bulkhead, it'll be a double one. And I'll do another double one here, which just leans more towards the shuttle being built in 3 pieces. So from a manufacturing perspective, the cockpit would be built separately from the midsection and then the airlock, and they'd all be like bolted together and welded together during final construction. But we want to make sure that the gap, this is the bit I always struggle with, is making the gap from here to here. There we go. Right, so they should be equally spaced between themselves, which is 23.3, and the wall 23.2 and a bit. It's because we're dealing with single-digit millimeter precision, and if it's less than 1 millimeter, then it rounds it up. But yeah, close enough. Yeah, so that's where they would have to go, in the middle. So basically, it's still not exactly in the middle, but close enough. So they would be 3 panels, and yeah, these outer 2 would have to be a bit wider to accommodate the fact that they need to span the further gap. So if we were to make those 2 unique, so that one would go to there, and then that one would need flipping. And realigning. Okay, there we go. So we'd have to have something like that, but it does mean that the 3 seats are then equally spaced, which just feels better. Potentially, we could actually just have some trim strips around there, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. So for this edge here, obviously we don't want a door there, but we do want something. So I think I like the idea of the glass. So we'll just draw that there a minute. I deal with metric. I won't do frosted glass because we want a clear view out the front, but I will do glass. Yeah, potentially with a privacy switch. I mean, I hadn't considered that, but we could definitely have a look at that. So that, it looks huge, but that is 1 inch in diameter, 2.5 centimeters in metric world. Did I just add that to that? Oh, I did. Didn't want to do that. Did I make that a group? Find the middle of here. Let's just save there for now. Yeah, so we don't want to block foot traffic into the cockpit area for sure. Camera's off on a journey. So we need it to just be a bit of flavour, basically. Yeah, it is weird. I mean, I stayed in a hotel when I was in Bulgaria, training some people for my old job. And yeah, the bathrooms there, basically like the whole one side of the bathroom window was open, and you could just press a button and it all went opaque, which was very cool. And it was you know, a novelty at the time because I'd never seen anything like that before. But no, we don't tend to get that kind of stuff, which is a shame because it's very cool. Oh, that's interesting to know. Thanks, Henry. I'll add like a grabby bit on it. In fact, what I'm gonna do is we need to have a think about how we're going to actually attach the glass. So yeah, we mentioned on Friday actually that we do need handles on the ceilings in the shuttle, so that that we can, you know, grab onto stuff if need be. So we definitely do need ceiling handles, ceiling rails, I suppose, running along. So we'll definitely add that. So I guess if we are going to consistently stick to a scale, I guess we may as well define that now. So that would be 1.25 inches. So that would be that. So what's that in centimeters? 3.2. Right, so that is what 1.25 inches would look like widthwise. And then on top of that, we'd also need the brackets for the glass, and I think we'll just have that come out something like that. Shan't bother sub-D'ing this because there's no real point. I guess we do need to think about the glass. So if we make the glass panel 2 inches thick, sorry, 1 inch thick, so that's 2.5 centimeters. Then our bracket for that would have to be something like that. In fact, if we line it up with that edge, that would just make life a bit more convenient. Something like that. Yeah, so we can have little brackets going along the pipe like that, where we mount our glass panel. Yeah, exactly, Henry. I use it for research all the time. Yes, I agree, Danger Mouse. We'll have the handles as part of the panel. If we actually, what we can do with this, we can grab this whole edge. If we group that up, then we can then just decide exactly where we want to draw the end of the glass. So we say like there. Or even better, like right there. So we can bring that in. Say 4. No, less than that. copy that, delete everything else, pop it back in place, extrude that to there, extrude that to there. We're making a glass divider just to go in the space we've got here, so that we've got some kind of physical separation between the seating area and the cockpit, without it being so separate that it's like completely out of the way. I do think it should line up with that edge though. Yeah, let's bring this back again. If we grab the whole thing, because I reckon it would be better if that bar was lined up with the floor panel. Which means our edge would be there. Okay, and then our bar have to line up over there as well. Which is useful actually, because we've got a frame there, obviously, to line up to as well. So it means that the bar is actually lined up to where the frame kind of crosses and joins, which is like the strongest point of the structure. So it would make sense that it would be lined up to that, or even part of that, kind of like that. Because we then get a structure that kind of mirrors the door, whilst still being see-through. Yeah, and we just need to decide where to do our cut there. More like it. And then we'll place the same brackets on the other side as well. What's going on there? Oh, I see. So this is just a test, just to see what it looks like. Something like that. So when you're seated in the back area, you can still see out the front window, so the view's not being obstructed, but you do still get that kind of feeling of there being a barrier there. I shall have a quick look, Henry, thank you. Oh yeah. So that's what Henry was just sharing. Yeah, so that's basically what we're doing, just with thicker glass. That kind of thing. Only not quite so tatty, hopefully. Oh yeah, that's all right. This isn't the final panel anyway. I need to like round off the edges more and sort that curve out. It's just there as a test. What I'll do, because again, because nanites can't do transparency, what I'll do is if we grab a glass, so we'll copy that one, paste that there, cut that one, paste that there, and then we'll also take out the windows from here as well. So pull all them out, paste them there, and if we grab those panels and we group all that up together, then what we can do is we can color the whole thing in the transparency, so then we can actually see what it looks like with glass in engine. I do need to go through and do all of them. So back face and front face. So we export this one as normal. Okay, and then we export this one as just the glass. And then we can combine the two. Now the grab handle's not structural specifically, but it's mounted to something that is, which just seems to make sense. If you've got something that is structural, it makes sense to screw or weld the thing to it. Right, so that's the poles added. So we don't want to make it look like a bus. So as much as we're going to have poles, we don't want it to have a public transport feel to it, if that makes sense. I just remembered that I need to give it that material, otherwise it won't be the right kind of shiny. How we do texturing. We rely on the material group. Okay, so if we re-import that now, we should end up with our chrome bars. If that's weird, why didn't it update them? Never mind. If having them chrome, oh, it's because we only coloured one of them in. Yeah, if having them chrome looks a bit tacky, then we can paint them black, like in the bus picture, just to make them nicer. Yeah, I haven't added the glass yet. I'll add that now. Yeah, so basically we need to just import just the glass. And then this mesh cannot be nanite. Yeah, so those are all our glass panels. So if we stick in our basic glass, that one, and make sure nanite support is off. Well, actually, we're using 5.7 now, so I'm going to see just whether or not it will actually allow the glass. It might not. We stick it in the same place. Give it the same rotation. It should line up perfectly. Obviously that's very transparent. If we turn on nanite overview. Okay, yeah, so it's not naniting the glass, so that's fine. So there's no point having that light on that. Okay, so if we go dark on the glass, it gives it that darker tint. I suppose we could go darker still, couldn't we? Oh, hello. Oh, sorry, I just kicked a cat in the head. Sorry, I didn't mean to kick you in the head. Let's group all this up a minute. Let's move it. In fact, we copy it all up out here the way. And we can see what it looks like under its own lighting conditions. Yeah, because it does darken the outside. But we can actually have, obviously the outside windows can be tinted more than the inside. We can do that. Yeah, so what we can do, for the outside glass and potentially the inside panels too, all we need to do is just give it a different texture. So that'll do. Again, because each window is actually two layers. We've got the outside layer and the inside layer. And the reason we do that is because the outside glass will glow over distance. So as you pull the camera away, the glass itself starts glowing to simulate the fact that there's a light source. So if we make these the outside color, like that. Okay, re-import that. So now we've got two sets of glass. So one of them is a lot darker than the other. I'll just set this one to what's the window inner one. There we go. So we have very little in the way of tinting when looking out, but when looking in, it's a lot more tinted. And obviously the panels on the inside are a lot more tinted as well. Look at our inside version, to give you a bit of a better idea. I think that's using the same glass that's on there. Oh, that was the dark one. I can make a darker one easily enough. need to do is we turn on that so we can see. Just increase the opacity a little bit. It's already black actually, so maybe 0.9. That kind of gives you that kind of tinting on there, and the same for those interior panels as well. Again, they can be a different color class again if need be, but yeah, you get a much darker tint on the outside, but not when you're on the inside. So it's like one-way glass. It will have polarization, so the same as the main ship windows have polarization. The shuttle windows will have it as well, but of course we can have a default tint on there just as a design choice. I think it actually looks quite nice with dark windows. Yeah, my only problem with tinting the dividers is it blocks the view forwards. So if you're seated, you can't really see what's going on up front. So for that reason, I'd probably have those not as dark. How does it look up here? Yeah, so from like in space, you get that kind of a look, and then obviously you can still see out fine. Actually, on that note, kind of getting an idea for the driver's eye view. Yeah, it is quite nose heavy. I think we're going to have quite a large dash area around there. Plenty of room for a bobblehead though. Yeah, we can definitely blur it. Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether or not I like the bus bar idea. I guess we'll know for sure once we start doing the rest of the interior detailing and we've got the wall panels and the lighting and everything done properly. Then it will become apparent whether or not that's too much public transport looking. Ultimately, we want it to look nice. Yeah. I mean, we could even, rather than having them straight, which I think might be part of my problem with them, have them angled. So we're going to like maybe a cutout angle like that, just to make them visually more interesting. But yeah, I think it's getting there. Oh, I forgot to copy up the LED strips. Let's try grouping all this together a minute. I can never remember the keyboard shortcut for grouping objects. I think it was like Control Shift G or something. So we can do it from here. Group. Control G. Yeah. we go. That means we don't need this as a separate object. That's better. That retains the LED strips, which is nice. Yeah, we definitely need some wooden trim. Definitely need wooden trim somewhere. I'm wondering whether or not we have it carry around, because we can have a wooden trim all the way around, like the dashboard area, which could look quite nice, with the obligatory LED strip, of course, and then maybe a wooden trim across the back where the panels are for the chairs. So we could have that there as well. But yeah, we definitely need some wood in here. And I think we'll lighten up those floor tiles. Right now we're using the darker of the two carpet materials. So we can use the lighter one. I think it's probably a bit better. Yeah, I was thinking of two-toning that, so it doesn't have glass all the way to the floor. But we'll see whether or not... Well, we'll see how the ceiling handrails work, because that might change how we view it a little bit. There's always room for potted plants. Well, the windows, we can actually borrow some of the design language that we've used here. So we've obviously got that wooden border around with the white panels overlaid on top, and we've kind of used that same design language everywhere when we've been making stuff. Where'd the lights go? Supposed to be lights on there. But yeah, that wooden bordered trim is kind of like the look that we go for with everything. So given that the shuttle, I guess, is of the same manufacturer, then yeah, we could do that wooden trim around there, which could look quite nice. This one is purely a people carrier, so this isn't a transport shuttle, this is just for people, but we do have cargo storage grabby things there, so we can potentially use the airlock section for storage. I mean, it's not necessarily a small area. We could fill that with stuff. And if you fold the seats up, you can fill this area with stuff as well. Let's drag another copy of this down back into the shuttle bay a minute. Oh, too far down. Just so we can get a better view of it. Yeah, I'm thinking that glass might be a bit too dark under those lighting conditions. So maybe if we go back to the 75%, and then we'll see what it looks like once it's got its hull plating on and it's got its heat shield and all the internal paneling and the lights and consoles and everything's all lit up. We'll see whether or not we need to dial the transparency up or down, depending on all of that. Thank you, yes. Oh, that weirdness there, yeah. It wasn't doing it on the outside. I think it's just picking up reflections from the interior. Not quite sure what's going on with that. I'm assuming it's something to do with lumen. I think my biggest thought is that's too rectangular. It's just too uniform and boring. I think it needs that shape to it. So yeah, we'll definitely shape this up some more. But conceptually, I like the idea conceptually of the glass panel. We'll just find a better way of doing it. Maybe like with a quarter wall idea. Okay, well, we've got 5 minutes left, so let's see if we can knock out a panel. Not helpful. Actually, why am I doing that there? Let's do it over here where I can see what I'm doing. To be honest, that's probably exactly the size of light that we need. So this panel on a whole is probably too thick, because when we have the 6-foot guy standing over here, I think a panel of that thickness is going to be too much for the capsule to get through. So we'll probably make that smaller. Actually, I wonder if we maybe move that up a little bit. So this is by no means final. I'm just riffing with the design just to see what could be. And for comparison's sake, let's just stick one. Oh, did I not make that into a group? so this would definitely have to angle down somewhat. Right, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, something like that. And obviously the same white paneling coming down the side. Yeah, I'm going to have to ungroup those in order to turn off those panels. Yeah, this bit at the back will be an airlock. We just need to get to that point. So in here, it's got that bulkhead that turns it into an airlock. So we'll have lockers above the seats here with storage and stuff. Size depending, we'll see whether we can like hang some helmets there and have like a locker with some folded up EVA suits, kind of SpaceX style. So yeah, so this back section can be pressurized and depressurized as required. But yeah, that's where we're at. I definitely think the ceiling panels will work like this. We'll just have, we'll have 3 of them, and they have the same general dimensions as the 3 floor tiles. I like the idea of having the LED strips on them, in addition to the ones on the floor. think that will look quite nice once it's done. And then we'll make the seating foldable and chunky, and we'll sort out that so it's not quite so straight. Sort out these framework bits so they're not covering the window. And I think on the next stream we'll see about actually building the window frame, because that would be quite nice to get that in and get the get all the white pieces in, because right now we don't have any of the white interior done properly. In fact, on that note, is that just a plain white material? I think it is. Yeah, it is. So, although saying that, let's make it not quite so matte. Still quite matte. Oh, did I make it fully rough? I bet I did, yeah. That would explain it. There we go, that's better. Now it's got a bit of shine to it. Not that it's helped the interior any, but yeah, just a bit better response on the outside. And how does that look over here? Yeah, a bit better. Okay, so yeah, I think we're definitely getting somewhere with it. It's starting to come together. It does need some colour, I agree. Right now it's all just basic geometry. I think once we start adding the exterior detailing, the paneling, the heat tiles, all the interior stuff, obviously we'll have like cargo boxes and sticky labels and you know, all the lights on the UIs around the front. There'll be yeah, a lot of colour that we can add to this. Right now it is all very kind of grey boxy and uninteresting looking, but yeah, all of that is to come. And yeah, customization as well. So we'll find some way of being able to customize shuttles independently of one another, which will be quite cool. Okay, well, have a good one, everyone. Enjoy the week ahead, and I shall see you on Wednesday for more of the same. All right, have a great week, and bye for now.